Let's see. I do apologize for the delay in getting kicked off here. I'm just making sure that all of our audio is okay. We were having some, well, I was having some problems with the microphone yesterday where I sounded like a robot on its deathbed. What would be a robot's deathbed? Recycle bin? I was in a robot's recycle bin. So I woke up this morning with a sticky note on my keyboard that just said, "Fix it." And then I remembered that yesterday I got everything working that I wanted for this game. At least, you know, for the actual gameplay aspects. I haven't introduced the power-up system yet. I'm hoping to be able to get that done before Tuesday night when I have to submit this. But this is close to a completed game, at least, you know, for me. I know how to make this into an infinitely loopable, like, score chaser, essentially, where you keep on trying to chase and beat your previous high score. Now, the issue is that after perfecting all that yesterday, my very tired brain, whose ADHD meds had probably worn off, definitely wore off by the time I got things working. So I decided it was a good idea to start trying to finesse my game manager script, which is arguably my most important one, because it kind of controls what happens while the game is running. So everything that comes after the start menu is pretty much run by that script, and I decided to go ahead and tinker with it. Yep, that's what I did. That is what I did. Was it smart? Probably not. Do I regret it? A little bit. But was it needed? Probably not. But I'm gonna do it anyway, because I want it to be kind of cohesive in the sense that each thing that manages something just kind of manages that one thing. So that way I don't have to be like, oh yeah, this also manages this other thing, so I have to remember that that's in there. Even if they're related, I might look in a separate location for something and not realize that it's actually already included in the script. So that was a whole lot of conjecture without even doing an actual intro. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the channel. I am Sergeant Killer Snow with Snow Studio Games. And today we are going to continue our journey through creating what I call Portal Pong, where instead of being your typical brick break where you bounce off the wall to break the bricks and whatnot, no, you go through portals instead. And there is more ideas in my head for a special portal, I'll say. So we have that, and you can imagine the chaos of going through portals and allowing physics to do what it does with teleportation. So the ball often gets lost. So instead of ball dropping being what causes you to potentially trigger a lose scenario, in Portal Pong, it is the lasers. Yes. Yes, that's right. Lasers. I just had a terrible, awful, terrible idea, and I need someone to tell me no, but hang on. I'm gonna write it down, just in case there's time for it at the end. Like, if it's crunch time and I have other shit that still needs to be fine-tuned, I won't do it, but let's see. Put this on there. Oh, yeah. Oh, that'd be so awesome. Okay. I'll leave that right there for myself. I love leaving sticky notes everywhere. My desk is a nightmare. I need my glasses. And I'm going to go ahead and take the headphones off. I'll put them on when we're troubleshooting stuff in the actual game and running the game, so that way we can hear what audio's like, even though I know that the audio's already working the way I want it to. But I'll worry about taking off the headphones actually once these bands start to make my head hurt. Ugh, grubby. Give me a moment. Awesome. Might actually be able to see out that lens now. There we go. Hey yo, the stream label updating with Jacob Williams is the latest subscriber. Y'all want to know when he subscribed? He subscribed between the hours of 1:30 and 4:30 on Wednesday. Yes, it was Wednesday. I know that because it popped up on my UI because I forgot that I still didn't turn off the alert for the UI, for the copied scene that I use for Zoom calls. So all my other streamer shit was like hidden and gone, and then next thing I know, I personally hear the sound of my, you know, alert going off, and I see it pop up in big old words right next to my face on the Zoom call. I'm like, hey yo. It was great. I loved it. I don't think anyone else noticed, which is great as well, but if anyone watches back the recording for that Zoom video, they're just gonna see that and see my confusion and slight shock and like, I might try and find it. That'd be hilarious. Alright. Hello. Nice to see you and be seen. Charmed, I'm sure. All that stuff. Let me know if the audio is too loud for you from the relaxing medieval music with rain sound. Actually, this is an 11-hour, like, just track on YouTube. And, I might wind up having this as one of my, like, sleep tracks. This is calming. Quite. If only it were a black screen. Shame. Alright. So, we've got our little charming medieval music there, but then we've got, like, 8-bit music in-game and stuff that we're going to be dealing with. And, yeah. It's gonna be crazy. Oh, I finally remember what I was going to be looking up on my little reference thing here. That as is. So, I have a tab open that happens to be like kind of right beneath the camera, so I'll actually be able to look over here more for intended purposes. Because one of the things about game development and programming and scripting and coding and stuff like that, that people often just kind of, they 50-50 guess it. They either say, oh, those programmers, they're super smart, they know everything, or they say, man, those guys absolutely abuse the shit out of Google. Like, they don't know what they're doing. And it's a healthy in-between of what we know what we're doing enough to know that we need to go online and get help from, you know, people that have either already done what we're trying to do, or just no other ways because our brain isn't, like, thinking around a certain point. So in game development, there are so many different ways to do things, or rather, not just game development, in life, in programming, in code, and all that. There are multiple ways to do things. I spent a day and a half trying to get a door, which was literally just a 2D sprite, a rectangle, with collision on it, to move up, stop, wait, and then move down. A day and a half. Because my brain wasn't getting around certain issues that I was having in my coding style and why it wasn't being picked up. Because the essence of coding and scripting and programming is that you are basically feeding different levels of baby steps to your whatever program is going to be running it, right? So I like to call it fetal steps, because this is before the baby steps. Baby steps is you know, taking tiny little steps, walking, the first stages of walking. This won't know what the first stages of walking is unless you define what stages are, define what walking is, and then define the actions in walking, define what your legs are, define the bones in the legs, so that way you can tell everything to move simultaneously, or just move the bones and everything attached to the bones to go ahead and move a certain way. Like, there's so much that goes into it. So there's a lot of different ways to code things, and sometimes I get lost in the sauce and I wind up making like 2 or 3 versions of a way to do something within the same code, because I hit the same snag each time and I tried to do a workaround. It was really bad. And that's why I decided, I'm pretty sure that's why I decided yesterday that I needed to go ahead and destroy everything that I had built in my game manager and split it up into 3 different scripts. And I, once again, have looked away from my stuff and forgot what I was looking up when I had just remembered it earlier. That is a crying shame. Oh, nope, never mind, I remember it again. Ah! Cool. I am using a new feature for the first time. So that new feature that I'm using, because, well, it's not a new feature within Unity, I don't think it is. But it's a new feature to me, because I've never had to do something like this. I am creating a level template, a scene template, essentially, is what it's called. And I wanted it to have everything that I had perfectly done in my game level when I only had like 1 game level to play. So I decided, okay, since I have this extra week that I didn't realize, I realized that last stream, thanks to the help of one of our viewers. Thank you, Abid. I decided I wanted to put like all the core functionality, like I wanted to put those moving doors that I worked a day and a half on, and the solution was so simple, my brain was just overcomplicating things. Anyway, so I wanted to put the doors, the lasers, let's not forget those lasers, because those are what are going to be shooting to try and take your health down. And your health bar is actually on your player, which is also a nice little feature that I kind of enjoy. I have all of that in the stage all set up. I might toss in like another laser or 2, or make a spawner for lasers to like create new ones that will go ahead and cross this screen. You'll see how it's set up. But I wanted all that in the level, because what I want my game manager to do, now that I have split everything up from it, is I want my game manager, and I should probably type this into it. I want this to decide what levels to load in what order they should load. And pass information such as carried over health score, etc. to continuing successful levels. Level completions. That does make sense. Next. Pending successful level completion. There you go. That makes more sense. So let me say that this possibly instantiates. Now, the reason I'm saying possibly on this is because I'm not certain, honestly, if I want to... if I want to instantiate the Portal Pong game instance, or just kind of make it not an instance and something that is created every time a level is loaded. So at the start of the level, or as the level is loading in, as the scene is loading, the Portal Pong game instance would be created and like attached to the background or something. I can do that. And then the Portal Pong game instance would then... waiting for the camera refresh. The Portal Pong game instance can then carry over information if you're continuing from a previous level that you won on, or it can it's definitely what's going to be what the game manager used to be, telling the game what to do, what to run, and all that stuff. But I want that to be like on a per level basis, so that way I don't have to have my game manager being like, hey, if it's level 1, we need to do all of this on update. And then update becomes just a huge like 200-300 line if else loop of just insanity, at least when you try and have more and more levels. So we're trying to, with this little headache of not even having footage of when this thing was working right, I'm really mad at myself for not recording it when everything was perfect, but it's okay. It's okay. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. We're good. Bye. Alright, so Unity scene template. Yeah. So saved as a scene template, and then to create a new scene from a template. Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, my, yes. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I think I can work this. I can officially call this what? Level... We'll say this one's level 3. So, our Portal Pong level template is a copy of the 3rd level, which is when hopefully everything should be introduced. Because I want the first level to be the introductory stage that's going to have the doors, the portals, and bricks. That's it. Nice and simple. You can't lose level 1. Alright? Everyone should have the opportunity to be able to get through level 1 nice and peacefully. They'll see the health bar. They're not going to have to worry about it. But it'll be there. And that will let them know that they might have to worry about stuff later. I'll probably put a message that pops up on scene, like, I'll code a special thing for, in the Portal Pong game instance when it comes into play, that if the level that it is creating is the very first level, I'll have some special things that happen in there, which is going to be like button input to get past a pop-up window. So I'll basically mimic my pause menu and functionality where it'll open up and then you have to hit spacebar or something to continue. I think that'll work. And that'll be where I give basic instruction. So it'll be like, welcome to Portal Pong. Launch ball or self through portal and wind up through other portal. Easy. Destroy bricks. Have fun. P.S. Lasers in the future. I also still need to troubleshoot my lasers a little bit. I may have fibbed when I said that that everything was working perfectly. I know for a fact that there are 2 other problems that I still needed to iron out. One of them was that my laser cannon suddenly decided to ignore the portal. And it didn't want to teleport through the portal anymore. It stopped reading that collision altogether. So, still trying to figure out why it did that, and why it is actively still doing that. But that's problem 1. Problem 2 is that our player, our paddle that just slides left and right, when it goes through the trigger of the portal the way it's supposed to, and it hits the portal and it teleports, it doesn't teleport all the way across to the other portal like it's supposed to. Instead, it only goes halfway. That's crazy. I don't know why. So, I have theories. Actually, I think I have a really good theory. Son of a bitch. I know why it does it. I know why it fucking does it. Oh, yes. Okay. So, to enlighten, what I just realized is that it's the same problem I had with my doors. So, my problem is that I am referencing things that are childed to something. Like, I'm going to use my canvases as an example, and you probably can't see that. So let's open up a second hierarchy window. And I'm going to drag it right here, so that way y'all can see it. Alright? So this is what's being covered by my camera. Okay? Here's the managers. And let's say specifically the problem I was having with my portal. You can't see unless I like move away from this screen, but oh wait, actually I can just do that. Lock Pong persistence right there, and then on hierarchy 1 I can open up, not space cannon, the Pong paddle. Son of a bitch. It changed the hierarchy here too. Alright, so I guess that doesn't really matter. The lock lied to me. Anyway, so this is the player, right? So we have the paddle, which is consisting of a sprite on a separate object. The paddle collider, which I also put on a separate object. Actually, this is a trigger. I want to be, like, consistent with things, because there is a difference between, like, a collision trigger, or rather a collision hit and a trigger hit. And that messed me up for, like, the first 2 days of development for this. So I gave our trigger, which is supposed to just be, you know, a box collider, I gave it a sprite. I attached it as a child instead of, like, putting it directly on the trigger thing itself. And I do that because that means that we can control things easier. I can turn off this graphic and the trigger's still there. Or I can turn off the trigger and it turns off both. You know? It's just a little easier for customizing things if you want to tinker with different ideas and you don't have to keep on, like, creating new parts or adding and taking away parts and stuff like that. Just build it modular to begin with. So we have a reset point that we set slightly above our player, and that reset point is literally just a reference for the ball to return to. That's it. Yeah. I just remembered something. For a power-up that I want to try, we are actually duplicating this, calling it Alt Reset Point 1, setting it to the left, and Alt Reset Point 2 to the right. And the reason we're doing this is because I want to create an add-on, or rather a power-up, that when the paddle collects it, it will go ahead and reset the original ball without penalty. So it'll keep the multiplier and everything. It'll just do a special reset that I'll have to code. And then it will generate two alternative. You're going to generate a pair of balls. You will literally grow a pair, and then you'll have 3 total, which is something that, you know, IRL, you should definitely 100% go see a doctor. And I say that from the bottom of my heart because I have a homie that actually had to fight testicular cancer, and he's still, like, going and getting checkups and stuff to make sure that the treatments have been taken properly. It's a thing, alright? So, yeah, 3 balls is a problem, but not in Portal Pong. 3 balls is a buff. So, anyway. These alternative balls will also have a code on them to be basically non-penalizing. I'm using a lot of suggestive words, I know. Basically, I want them to not reset multiplier when they drop, and I want possibly to make them more than 1 use, because having 3 just go nuts if you send them off and they just all disappear because you couldn't keep track of even one of them for the very first launch. That doesn't feel good. So I want to give them at least like a 2 to 3 drop max, so that way, you know, player can enjoy that power up a little bit more. And each one will add to the multiplier up until it hits its maximum, but they won't. Only the main ball will lose the multiplier, I think. I think that's fair. So you can try and keep up with all of them, but best keep track of the main one as a priority. Also been toying with the idea of modifying the sprite for the ball to make it I don't know, more noticeable. It's, I feel like it almost needs to be emissive. Looking like a radioactive ball. Hold up. I like that. Anyway, we have our reset points. So that's explained. Hopefully it's understood. That's just me preemptively building something for the future. And this is just our health bar canvas. So the problem that I had with the doors is that you see how... Where is it? Not the reset point. It should be on the main panel, right? Yeah, down here. You see how it looks for the reference of health bar? Well, I grabbed the health bar from the health bar canvas down here. That's a few layers of hierarchy that it has to go through. So something that you'll notice is that at the topmost layer here, our player's main positioning is... I really want to... Perfect. Anyway, our player's main position is, you know, at negative 7.85. And that's built into this thing. So that means when the scene loads and the very center of the screen is 0, 0 all around, then that means that it will always drop down negative 7.85 units and position itself there. So that way it's at the bottom of the screen and can be the slidey little paddle. So what happens if I use, say, Alt Reset Point 2 as a reference position? Well, that says that its positioning is at 3.5. Okay. Well, is that local or world position? Now, if you just use, like, transform.position, it says that it's giving you the world position, or well, yeah, it does say world position of a game object, but that wasn't what was happening for me. It was 100% just using the local and using that as the scaler for my doors. And what was happening was, instead of moving the door by, you know, 1 unit in certain cases, it was moving it by 10 times that. So my doors were just yeeting themselves off into oblivion because they thought that the point that they were trying to access was up there. And it wasn't. It definitely was not. So once I realized that and fixed that, things fell into place really smoothly, and that motivation led me to do what I did yesterday after midnight, because I told myself that I wasn't going to be working on Portal Pong yesterday, and lo and behold, as soon as midnight rolled around, I opened up Visual Studio so goddamn fast. Whew. Alright. So, example done. Space Cannon. Not Space Cannon. Technically, we do still need to do something with the paddle. It's just in the, Wait, no, it's not in the paddle. It's, in the portal. Purple portal. And the portal scripts, which I can open up. Technically, I can just do that. Okay, so in our portal script, I'm gonna do what fixed my problem with my doors, and that is at start. Yeah, we don't even have a start on this. That's crazy. Did I do anything to the player? Compare tag cannon. No, you're fine. Well, you're not fine. I need to figure out what the hell's going on with you, too. Check teleporting. So this should all still be fine. I didn't change anything to the position that it was supposed to go to. You'll see here that that I was trying to use add force, and that it's not something that I should have been using for the player. It's what I use for the ships and everything to make sure that when they come out of the portal, which literally sets their positioning, so it stops their velocity. So you want to go ahead and apply the force that they had and the direction that they were going, so that way it keeps that, you know, that flow. But for our player, we don't want it to apply any force to us going out, because we're not moving based on force. We're moving based on player input. So I can technically remove these and these. Now, the thing that I was missing that needs to be addressed, that will fix this problem, will happen on start. Ooh. Itch. So on start, we are going to take the egress point dot transform dot parent and make it null. That's right. We're going to make that egress point an orphan. But what this will do is this will go ahead and change the egress point transform from its local position attached to its parent, and now it's out in the world fending for itself. Now it's going to have its own actual world position, but only after it gets to the void start of the portal script. So that means that we can keep it attached to the portal for easy dragging and referencing and all that stuff, and then once the game is started and the level's loaded, this script loads and it says, oh, alright, it's time to get busy here. You're on your own. The player's going to need you as a reference. Goodbye. So, let's see how that works. Oh, I also need to look at everything else. Whoops. I also remember to do something like this, so that way I can do something like this and get rid of that. Look at that. Yeah, just so that way it's a little differentiated, I guess. All right. I don't need my don't destroy up. I don't need that up. The pause manager, maybe. No, I think we're good actually. Portal should be good because of what we just added to it. So now we're left with pretty much exactly the things that I needed to be left with here. We have the game manager, the Portal Pong game instance, and the score manager. I'm going to expand this level manager script a little bit. I'm gonna pull up the manager over here as well, so that way you can see to the left here anything that we wrong level manager. Like this is there we go. Because there's the level handler. So the level handler currently doesn't even show anything, right? Because all it has there is the public version of itself. Basically saying that, hey, there's one of me that everyone can get a piece of. And I do that so that way all these managers that do things that everything should kind of have some hand in, then it's easier that way. So what are we going to add to this then? Well, this specific script manages it manages all of our loads, all of our, oh god, terminology, phrasing, all of our levels. So anytime we want to load a level, we have to tell the game how to do that and what level to load. So we are going to make a mistake by typing into nothing. There we go. We are going to make a public a serialized private. Serialized field. Private scene field, which is a custom property that we created. We're going to call this level list, because we're also going to put list in front of this. Put that there, put that there, and if it needs me to, probably using system.collections.generic. There it is. On void awake, we can go ahead and level list equals new. And no refactorings for this. Nice. So we call that our level list. Oh, I shouldn't make a new one then. We're serializing that. Derp, I was acting like it was a thing that we were going to manage entirely internally. No, we add things to that list. Let's go step by step here, because I might blow through something too quickly for even myself at this point. Hi, Ma. Well, those are my horns. Yeah. No, it's part of this Halloween user interface that I got for the new channel, and because it's spooky season, and because I love spooky season year round. Thanks in large part to you. So it has cool scenes like this start scene and this be right back one, and yeah, it's got some cool stuff. It's not an infection, Mom. It's not a phase. Everyone can get different horns. They don't all have to be organic bone. Meanie. Okay, so I made this little level list here, right? So, oh, damn it. I clicked out of the thing. Whoops. Let me lock that right there. Oh, wait, no, that's not what I wanted to lock. I wanted to lock this. Anything that has bumps like that needs cream, as in medicine. La crema. Vicks. Vicks is good enough. So, this says level list, and that's exactly what we named this thing right here. And it's looking for certain objects, right? So if you click plus, it'll go ahead and show you what type of thing it's looking for. And that's a scene asset. And typically, this game engine doesn't actually give you a field like this. The whole reason that we have this box right here available is that we made it possible thanks to a script, which is amazing and awesome, and that's why I love learning more about scripting and stuff, as long as it's fun. We know how it is. So now I can take this start menu scene, drop it right there, and now the first scene in our list is going to be our start menu. And if I want to go ahead and make another one there, I can do that. And I can say create a new... Wait, that was supposed to be made from the template. Hiss. Oh wait, I'm locked in there. There we go. I'm still learning how to make the template stuff work, but there it is. Create new scene. Wait. The main class in the script must have the same name. What is that? Scene template pipeline. Oh no. I'm gonna have to do a little more research on this one. So before I go ahead and go too crazy with that, I'm just instead gonna add level 3 to that list and not worry about creating a level 1 and 2 in front of everyone right now while I'm trying to just plug that in as a demonstration. Because even though my brain will be like, oh yeah, no, that's fine, I was able to track it with all the ping-ponging in my head, other people will get lost. So what I've done here is with this list, we see element 0 because the computer considers 0 as the first number. So element 0 is going to be our start menu. Element 1, that should be level 1 there. We can keep adding more. We just haven't gotten to the point of duplicating and customizing the stuff yet. That will come after I make sure that the managers are working the way they're supposed to. Because if the managers ain't working, why the hell are the workers going to work? Anyway, we've created that. We want to go ahead and make sure that these void public load start menu scene, we can go ahead and say that we want one of the fields from here. So we're going to say that we want level list. We toss those brackets so that way it knows to find a specific index. And then we set 0. And then we see how it turns red because it doesn't understand what we're trying to frickin' tell it. Type or namespace named level list could not be found. Are... Bitch, it's right there. What do you mean? Okay. And then you still won't recognize that. Unless... Why aren't you even... This is all a part of the process, is getting really confused, cocking your head, looking at it, and resisting the urge to put your fist through your vertical monitor. It's the annoying part, because most people will think that that the game dev thing is all about just going in and testing a game. And it's not. Although I was at that point yesterday, it's definitely not there now. I'm going to close out this extra window here. And I'm going to back out of the manager thing here, because this is what the game looks like. Like, it's one of those brick break games, so you can just throw the ball and it'll start bouncing around, and everything there works beautifully. These, they shoot the right way and all that. It's beautiful. The doors, they finally move the right way. It's beautiful. I love it. All of that took me like 4 or 5 days of many sleepless nights in there, because I didn't realize that I was like working through the night until the sun was poking out through a little corner over here that I allow it to. And I was like, oh no, time for sleep. And that's why I forced myself to not do anything yesterday until I got to midnight, and then I was like, okay, now it's time. Because that's how my brain works, right? So if we zoom out, we see that there's the doors already there, and if I click on the door, I have a script right there that has a reference for open, a reference for closed. I realize now that my head's blocking it. And that number right there, that slider, that's for door speed. And right below that, where you can't see any further, it says, it basically has a little checkbox that says bottom door. So if it's checked, that means that the door is one of the doors that come up from the bottom. If it's not checked, then it means it's one of the ones from the top. And with that one thing, I was able to, you know, make the script a lot more modular on its own without needing to worry about people flipping the transform and all this other stuff. You just drop it in, drag it into position, and if it's on the top, you don't check the box. And it'll do what it's supposed to do from that point on. So these doors will randomly open and close, and that'll give you a wall to bounce off of. But if that wall isn't blocking it, then you just whoop right through the portal and then get spit out of that one. And if you go through the green one, you get spit out of the purple one. So instead of just bouncing the bricks and hitting the walls, you can now bounce through portals and stuff, and you have to avoid the lasers. But that's for the advanced level, which is why I set that for level 3. Level 1, the doors are going to stay closed. Actually, no. I'll leave the doors regular, so that way they open and close, and it'll have the portals, and it'll only have some of the blocks. So that way the player can learn, right? And then level 2. Ooh, un ponche. You want to see the game one day? Yeah, for sure. I mean, let me see if it works without the other managers right now doing everything that they used to. Yeah, see? The doors, they're on randomized timers, so they open and close based on whatever time they landed on between numbers that I set up. They're firing their lasers and everything. I'm avoiding them very easily because it's not a very difficult task. It's not supposed to be because I'm not launching the ball right now. And when I get hit, boom, 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 the little health bar slider drops down and it says -1 HP, boom. So I know when I got hit. Oh! It tried to pop out of a portal that was blocked by by a door, so the ball got lost. And that's exactly why I wanted to make it so that way you don't, like, lose because for dropping the ball, because a lot of these brick break games are like, you can only drop the ball 2 or 3 times and then that's it. And I didn't like that. So what we're doing for this one, because I didn't want to like have to give the person 10 lives just so that way they had a fighting chance, and then try and include a whole bunch of other shit to give them more lives, because the ball gets lost really, really easy. So instead of all that, I was like, let me give them a little laser problem. I already mentioned a little earlier. Oh my god, the door saved the ball from dropping. That's insane. I love that. That was completely unintentional. It was going to drop in the corner and be gone, and then the door came up and saved it. So one of the problems I have to fix is that you notice that the third guy that was slowly making his way through here, he's no longer here. And that's because he's very likely destroyed at this point, because I told the game to destroy anything that goes beyond a certain point. Oh, he hasn't gotten there yet. Hey, buddy. What you doing over there? So, yeah, that's what this does right now. I still have to make it so when you get to 0, it makes you lose. It also saves your high score and everything. It remembers your sound settings. Little audio, little game audio, since I paused the Celtic little tavern music. And then we go back to the, you can go right back to the game. The only problem is that because I didn't finish coding how the game manager works now, it doesn't know what to do when I hit game, which is why we started in the scene before. The start menu looks like... Let me go to the canvases. That's it. That's all it looks like. It's on a background that looks like the level we were just in. Yeah, Portal Pong. Because technically Brick Breaker and all that is always taken, and Pong on its own is obviously taken, but it's become its own genre of game at this point. So I can just get away with calling it Portal Pong, and I think it'll work. I'm going to put a special mode on here, though. That's a randomized mode that's going to be a little more chaotic, and I'm going to call it Panic Mode, so it'll be Portal Pong Panic. But that'll be for the future. I have to have this assignment done, which it pretty much is, if I can, you know, get the menu to work the right way again. Table tennis background almost. Right. Well, I could just open up the start menu. That's what the background is for the start menu. So if the menu were actually there and overlaid on top of it, it would just look like that. You like Panic? Very familiar. I hate Panic, but I'm also familiar with it, so I tend to use it in things and put it into things. Oh, because of the... Yeah, no, the grid isn't actually a part of it. The grid disappears when you're actually playing it. But, I just remembered, I actually have a old working version of the game that I exported that has the menus working. The sound wasn't working and stuff like that, because I was in very early, like, day 3 version of what I was doing. So let me... Oh, no. Oh no, it messed up. Oh, there it is. Are you okay, Ma? Are you tired? Or something? You're doing the dot 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 as if I'm as if you're either depressed or tired, or as if I'm not picking up a hint. That's the sign of I'm trailing off while I'm talking. Right? Okay, well, yeah. Um, I'm gonna add the game capture and add portal Pong there, and then move that down here, and then hide this. Damn, that's not working. Just finished work. Oh, yeah, go to sleep, Ma. Thank you for dropping in. Really, I do appreciate that. I can't set up this little game capture. Oh well. Shame. I'll get a better functioning version, or rather, I'll just actually do what I'm here to do and actually, you know, finish making the game. Go to bed. Thank you, Ma. Quiero mucho. There we go. I'll have to figure out why the game decides to try and open itself on a monitor that isn't designated as the primary. Thank you for the sub, Ma. I really appreciate that. Duérmete. I know you've been subbed to me since my birth. Whether you like it or not. Okay. Mm. Okay. We're gonna put the music back on. Sorry about that. I'm going to. I went quiet. I needed the silence for a second to try and think this through. We're going to change this from load game scene to load game level, and we're going to require an integer value for Bell level number. And I think it was in the game instance, or it was in the game manager where I put these. I don't think they'll be needed, though. Let me go into the enum manager and make sure that it's kind of omitted from here, because it might not be needed, so I'm not going to dedicate the resources to it if it's not, you know? So this can now be KC'd. KC, when I say that, is I'm hitting the control key and then I'm hitting the letter K and the letter C in that order, and whatever I have highlighted gets commented out. So it turns green, like that bright green color that you see at the very top here, and then that means that it does not get included in the actual running of code. That's just there for human eyes, essentially. So we want to go ahead and set a level number, and that level number is going to correspond to both the level list and the level name, essentially, because our level list will be organized properly. I'm going to make sure that, you know, we already have starting menu as level 0. That's where you should always start. And that means that if we do everything else sequentially and just name everything level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, whatever, then it's just going to pick based on that index number. As long as we remember that start menu is 0, every other level should fall in perfectly after. So let's go ahead and level list dot let's see, find index 0. Why do you not accept it? Really? Okay, you're looking for, yes, an int. And you're saying that cannot convert from int to a... Why you do this? Let's see, we don't want count. Ah! Seriously? Oh, it's because I tried to put that up there before. Dirt. Wunderbar. So now level int number will equate to load scene level list level number. Let me see how that looks. Really quick. Managers! Hello, admin. Welcome. Let's see here. I'm looking for the level handler. Oh no, actually, you would be somewhere in the start menu handler, right? Start menu canvas. The game. Yeah. Yeah, missing. Yeah, that makes sense. Pause. Yeah, that's correct. What was this one? This one was reset something. Oh, that used to be on the game handler. Crap, that's got to be on the... Oh. Ruby? Brand? Great. Gravy? Great googly moogly. Reset essentials. At least for right now. This one was on the level handler, so we can pull that up. Okay, so now this should be load game level int, and we can set that to 1. Oh no. Really? Testing, testing. No. I'm coming in fine. Was it really that bad? Was I... distorted audio? Is it from me? Or is it from, like, the song in the background? I just muted the song, so is everything alright? Because I did have a problem with my audio being all distorted yesterday when I was talking to my homies, and it's not the first time it's happened. When it does happen, the only thing that I can do to fix it currently is reset my computer. Not reset, but restart. And I don't enjoy having to do that, especially not in the middle of a stream. But monitoring my output. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, I heard it. How about now? Oh. No, 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 no. We can't be doing this. Not again. Is it something that's... yeah, it's getting worse. Crap. I'm concerned because everything I've looked up. Everything I've looked up for this has said that it's an internal mic problem. Hang on. We're gonna be right back. I just remembered I had an alternative just in case something like this happened again. That's what I'm doing right now. Not think I need it this soon. Testing. Oh. Oh, wow. That's better than I thought. Well then. Possible game changer. Alright. How about now? Oh boy. If it does get too loud, let me know. I do still have like limiters and stuff put on my my microphone input through OBS, so it should cut me off if it like should spike too loud or anything like that, because this is a blue microphone, the blue snowball microphone. Ironic, right? Snow. So I picked this up the first time that my microphone started to act funny, and I was like, I really don't want to have to get upset about like a hundreds of dollars microphone at the worst possible time. And so I prepped ahead. What did I do with There's a lot of extra cabling here, sorry. Not bad for an on-the-spot decision, on-the-spot buy, and I've had it for like 2 weeks. And I was like, yeah, that's probably going to sit there and collect dust. And then, sure enough, crackling started up yesterday. It was fixed when I restarted my computer, but I don't have the luxury of doing that right now, so I literally just, like, unscrewed my big, crazy good mic. And now we're just gonna deal with this new blue snowball. Which, honestly, I listened to it for a quick sec. It's not bad. Pretty nice. Okay. So, where were we? Level. Yep. So now this should appropriately load a game level based on, you know, what's been chosen. And sequentially, you know, on level 1, it's going to be, we're going to call to this script and be like, hey, level manager, load game level next, you know, +1 to our current level number, right? I've decided to keep those in. Where did I have your variables stored at in the game manager? Yes. Nope. Won't do that now. I realized the purpose that I had intended and decided to keep for them there. Let's see. Do you think that the class is going to grade our coding? Can you even see the coding of the exe file? Well, when you turn in the zip is going to contain, like, the build has the folders that are going to be like data, mono bleeding edge, crash handler, unity DLLs, etc. If you go to your game name _ data, you'll notice that there's my resources folder asset, level 0, level 1, game manager assets, the global game managers. If we go further into not those resources, is it managed? Let me see if any of my codes are in there. No, probably not. Not that one, then maybe mono bleeding edge, embedded runtimes, etc. I know I've seen game files and stuff in certain areas. Oh, this is something else. What is this? Is this just looking for browsers? Wild. Must be for advertising purposes. Also, good news, the Unity runtime fee is no more. Is this my exe file? This is version 1 that I exported out a couple days after starting development, where things were barely functional, but they were functional. But it didn't have everything. It didn't even have, like, the audio saving working properly. Everything else is working fine on this current build. I just need to rebuild how the game understands sending the player from level to level. There we go. I was wondering what was still turning up an error. Okay. Scene manager load scene. And when that happens... we're going to... level ID. I didn't save anything here for their level ID, huh? I might have to make these public. Yep. We're gonna make these two public so that way we can access them from anywhere and not have to worry about making functions to make them editable, because they should be editable. And we're going to say that game manager dot instance is, wait a minute, game manager dot instance dot previous level ID is equal to you have to make the previous level ID equal to the current one. Did I not put that as a thing? Oh, I just named it this level. There we go. So essentially, before it loads up the scene... Oh, you borrowed some code, but you rewrote it to make it yours? That's fine. As long as you rewrote it and you understand what you're doing, then that's pretty much our job. That's what we do. We find new ways to do some stuff, and just borrowing code, thank you for telling me. But I also very much appreciate that you rewrote it and, like, tried to make it your own. Because I've tried to help people in the past that have actually... legitimately just gone ahead and used my code, and they forgot to remove my name from it. Like, that's how little effort they put into it. Now, there are instances where that's happened, and it wasn't, you know, just a malicious, lazy person. But, it's happened far more than once. So... how did the game get destroyed? Okay, so it didn't get, like, destroyed. So what happened was yesterday, once I figured out how to actually get my door functions working properly. By door, I mean, like, the moving walls. I just call them doors because they look like blast doors that are, you know, supposed to meet in the middle. So once I figured out how to get those working, I got really excited. I was like, cool, what else can I add to this? And I was like, you know what? This is exactly how I want this to be. I've got the portals, I've got things to block the portals, and I've got things that, you know, apply threat to the player with the cannons. All I need to do is make more, like, brick configurations, and each configuration of bricks equals a new level. After that, the only other thing that I can really add to this is extra functionality with power-ups. Power-ups are the very last thing that I want to do and introduce, if anything. But I'm not just going to turn in a start menu and one level when I have the ability to do so much more and plenty of time to do it. At least in this instance, I have plenty of time to do it. If I didn't start this like a week earlier, I wouldn't have done anything. Like, this would barely be the functioning thing that I got like 3 days ago, and I'd be like, yeah, that's good. It's done. Let me decompress. But I've been really absorbed in this one. I've been enjoying it. So what I did once I realized that I had time to work on this and that I finally got my features working, I wanted to make sure that I could set the game up for proper multi-level gameplay instead of just start menu, game, and then having everything happen just within that one thing. I wanted to be able to load up new levels and have there be like some sort of feeling of progression and like satisfaction instead of things just being literally endless and loading up with the same background and the same everything. I'm trying to make each level a little different. And then the last thing I want to do as far as level choice is include a random option that grabs everything except the start menu and level 1, because level 1 is going to be the super simple one that I'm going to special code to have like basic instruction stop points so the player understands what's happening and how to play, basically like a tutorial level. And then every level after that, I want it to like track those levels and then randomize their order, so that way like it'll randomly pick one whenever the player hits, you know, next level if they haven't failed. If they haven't died and their health value hasn't depleted, then they can just keep on hitting next level and keep on trying to see how far they can go. But I'm also going to wind up, you know, probably introducing more of the cannons, because the cannons are kind of a key thing. I could also put more functionality on the cannons, but that's after I figure out why they're not going through the portal the way they're supposed to. So the reason that it was almost like my game was destroyed is because the game manager that told all of my scenes and menus and stuff where to go to, it also had like all the scoring information. It had a lot of different things all managed inside the game manager, making it like a 300 line piece of code. And I was like, I don't like that. That's too much for me to have to scroll through this much trying to find specific things. So I split it. And I decided to create the score manager, the Portal Pong game instance, and then the game manager. And now what I want the game manager to do is to basically load the Portal Pong game instance, which is going to have all the information for how to load the level. It'll tell it which background to choose, which brick configuration to choose, and which cannons to activate, you know? So the Portal Pong game instance is going to be it's basically almost like a level manager, but I already had this one called the level manager that handles switching levels. So this one is the game instance, where it's just going to build the levels configuration for the player and then load that. But that'll be the random level, like the level randomizer. I'm not sure if I can have that done by the time I have to turn this in. But I can do what I can. So here we go. Gonna gonna have to probably change the name of that as well. I'll have to change it into canvases. We're going to change this to start game. And we're also going to drop down and open up the text here. And make this also just say start game. I personally now know that the save works. That's the only reason I put that there, was because I wanted to make sure that I applied save with that button press as well. And it does. Ah. Yes. Okay. Actually, technically, I have the instructions here. We'll still give a basic level, but I don't think I want to put all of the instructions, like, in stop points anymore. I think I just want to let the player kind of get a feel for how physics works in the game, how the doors work, and then level 2 is when we'll put in cannons. So I think, technically, if I wanted to, I could put... Let's try an empty on this canvas. And I'm going to try and add a UI. Do we have sprite availability here? Probably not. Darn. But what if... Let me delete this game object real quick. What if I add... I'm not sure it'll work. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. What is the sprite that I wanted to use? Cannon. Cannon, laser, boom, boom. Space cannon. Damn it. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's not gonna let me. Unfortunate. So what I was trying to do there is I was trying to, like, actually put the sprite on the canvas, which I know is something that can be done. I know that I've seen YouTube videos recommended to me that are like, hey, how to put your moving animated sprite into your canvas menus and stuff like that. But I'll look those up separately on my own, because those were like half-hour-long videos. So I'll deal with that one separately if I want to be fancy with that. Now that I've changed the look of that one, I want to go ahead and make sure this one's good. Yeah, this one doesn't even need me to do anything weird for it. That's all handled in code for that one. But this one might have a different story. It's the pause text. I think I can leave that text as is. Yeah, those can stay. But I need to check what they're going to. This one goes to nothing. This one oh wait, they all go to nothing because this isn't the correct one. Right. I have to do this from the canvas. Not canvas. Different prefab. Because instead of having to worry about loading particular things at the start, I have a script that legitimately preloads everything I need, and then attaches do not destroy on load to them, so that way I can carry it across the entire game. So we have that pre-made and in a folder called resources. And by doing that, we can, by putting it in the folder called resources, we can reference it thanks to, you know, the script that is on said Pong persistence, which is the don't destroy script. And the thing that I am referring to specifically is this feature right here. Do not destroy the target object when loading a new scene. This is how you do persistence. This is how you carry your player data from scene to scene to scene. This is how you know, do all of that. This is how you carry over your game manager, your sound manager, and everything that you created in one level without having to recreate it and dump it into the next level as a brand new thing, trying to remember to connect everything again. Just make it follow you through the whole game. So, don't destroy on load, amazing tool. Now, what we were looking at before was the canvases in our Pong persistence. So the Pong persistence is basically the same managers and canvases that we were just looking at, but already pre-set up. They're pre-made, they have all of their references linked up, they have their values typed in and everything, so that way it's all the way we want it to be. So I can, again, ignore the scoreboard. Come on, man. Do better. There we go. Start game. That's the reason we went into the main canvases thing instead of just going to Pong persistence. I wanted it to change everything overall instead of being an override. Alright, that stayed the same because we set that up already. Now to settings is the sound menu press. Yep. Quit game goes to the game prefs and the level manager for exit game. Wonderful. That's all still normal and fine. The start menu, A-OK. Pause menu. Here's where we might encounter on resume press for the menu manager. Okay, menu manager hasn't had any changes. We're okay with that. Same with to settings on that one. To start might, yep, there it is. To start has issues. So load start menu is going to be fine because we didn't really genuinely change anything there, but missing game manager. So what we do for that, the reason it says missing game manager is, again, I broke apart the entire game manager that all these used to reference and split up its functionality. The only thing that I regret about that entire action now that I think about it, is that I didn't snapshot what the update, what my void update code was, because I had basically everything that I want in my score manager and my separate game instance handler to be what was in that, but I deleted it too quickly. And by too quickly, I mean I deleted that as one of the first things, being like, I'll just rewrite this once I split everything up since it's so interlinked. And I deleted it, I saved it, and then I did a whole bunch of work, over 100 lines of work, which I set my limit for history to be at around like 100 or 101. So I couldn't go back further than that. Because you have to think, it's measuring like the speed of your typing. So if you stop typing in the middle of a word, it's going to think that you're done, and then that'll be a point for it to restore history on. And a lot of me doing this has been very stop and go in the middle of writing a sentence command and then jumping to another script to go ahead and write the thing that I need to reference in that script and then jump back to finish typing the code. Sometimes I'll forget to jump back. I'll keep on doing things in the other script that I got distracted by. It's a lot. So what we need to do instead, what was this? To start? So, oh, it was reset. Okay, so it wants to reset the essentials. Resetting the essentials happens on the game instance. Portal Pong game instance. Reset essentials. And looking at our Portal Pong game instance here, I'll go ahead and scroll down, and we can see that reset essentials, all it does is set the match running to false. It sets level 1 to false. And then it sets bricks and level to clear. Because the Portal Pong game instance looks for every brick in the match at the start of the match before it even sets the match to being operational. It does an inventory of all of the bricks, so that way it knows when to say, hey, you won. It's when all those bricks are gone. So my code will go ahead and whenever a brick is destroyed, it will remove it from this list. And that's how I track when the player wins or loses. When they win. The player loses if they lose all their health. And so we have that health carried over value up here. And that'll be for if the player wins the level, then their health to carry over will get pushed to the game manager. The game manager will hold on to that, and it'll feed it to the new game instance of Pong that it creates. Saying, hey, when you make the level, make sure that you set this guy's health to this instead. Because he already got hit 3 levels ago. We remember that. You know? I think I have a reset essentials here in this as well. Yeah, I do. Changing this from a private to a public to reset the score if needed. And we're gonna actually toss that in here onto the reset essentials. Wait a minute. Yeah, if we go to the start menu, then we want to clear our score multiplier, all of that. No, wait a minute. Score multiplier is already handled elsewhere. Isn't it? Yeah, by everything else. Alright. We're okay with that. I don't want to call reset score. I just realized, hey Darklight, welcome. I just realized / remembered that I don't want to call that reset score on reset essentials because I run reset essentials as part of the, you know, the level is complete. We're going to run this. So I don't want to go ahead and reset the score every time the level's done because then they won't be able to carry that score over. I will try and make sure to remember to slap a reset score on every time that we are supposed to like go to the start menu, though. That's definitely something to remember. And reset essentials here, I need to remember, is always just going to be the bricks, the level itself. I'm gonna have to split that actually. I might have to make this a local bool. So the way that I'm seeing this in my head, let me try and verbalize what's going on in my thought processes. Once I finish typing this out, level complete. It's false. Alright, so basically, level complete is going to be the check for if the player has either cleared all the bricks or lost all their health. At which point, whichever one of those is true, will trigger level complete. And I want that to be the case so that way match running is more of something that correlates to being paused or not. And level 1, as in level has been won, that should... Since that's a bool that says yes or no, that's basically saying you won or you lost. So if it's set to false, that means that you've automatically lost. So I want to make sure that it doesn't even register that value until the level is complete. That's how I think this is going to run. So, if complete, we will do this. Okay. And yeah, I get it. If the level isn't complete, this is where we're going to put our logic that will look for the depletion of the bricks and the health of the player to make sure that it doesn't hit 0. We already have a reference to our player here. Why did I do that? It was for the health check. Yep. So I can access the health check at any point, and it returns the health of the player. So I'm going to say else, and then down here we're going to put if player dot health value check. So that's going to return an int value, which is a whole number, right? So if that whole number is less than or equal to 0, that means level lost. Or level... I'm going to turn it into an enum. I can't. Having it as a bool that's a yes or no is a little too restrictive for me. So I'm going to go ahead and make a public enum right here. And I'm going to say this is... what's I going to call it? Conclusion is definitely result. Result. Match result. That's what I want to call it. Match result. And the very first match result we're going to do is going to be, what, inconclusive? Or undecided. Undecided. Undecided and inconclusive are kind of the same. And that's going to be the 0 value. That's going to be what it's set to whenever, you know, whenever the match starts. It's not decided yet. It's inconclusive. Up until the point the player wins or loses. Yeah, this is going to work. The enums are just going to work better for me than the bulls. Oh my god. Alright. I don't care if I have to keep on typing out a bunch of enums. I'm starting to use enums a lot in Unreal Engine as well, because of the fact that I can kind of cherry pick all the things that I want something to do, and then I can write the code for what each, you know, thing that I want it to do does. And it's all contained within, like, if this thing is one of these things on the list, then do one of these actions already. And it just streamlines it a little bit better for me, instead of just, if yes or no, move to next, yes or no, move to next, yes or no, move to next, yes or no. You know? Yes or no. Failed equals 1. Let's not call it failure. Loss. Is this loss? Yes. So we'll say that winning is number 1. Right. And that's all it needs to be, is just those little things. Inconclusive, win, and loss. So that means that on wake, we can get rid of level 1 entirely as a bool. It's not needed anymore. And we can change this to... Oh, I need to put the variable here. This is going to be private... Private match result, right? Private match result, match result. And we're going to set that equal to match result inconclusive here at the start. And now we're going to set this to if match result is equal to match result dot win. Set it to that. Else if loss, then we do loss stuff. And that's only if the level is complete. And now we can go ahead and tell it what level completion looks like. So, I saw red. There it is. So on reset essentials, we want to go ahead and make sure to set match result equal to inconclusive as part of the reset. And I don't think there were any other references to that bool that we have deleted, so that's good. And just to go ahead and keep up with terminology and educating for terminology, the word bool basically means yes or no question, right? When you type bool, B-O-O-L, that is basically saying that I need a yes or no answer for whatever this is. That's why labeling is important, because if you make a bool and you just put a letter to identify it, like bool n, yes or no, that makes no sense. But if we have something that says like match running, yes or no, that's a good bool. That's a good bool variable. That's an easy yes or no question. If you need a yes or no decision on the spot, a bool is your way to go. But if there's nuance to something, I think going enum is a better route, personally. And enum is just short for enumerable, which is, you know, one after the other after the other. So you can just kind of enumerate something and create, you know, different rule sets for it. The way to use it looks a little more advanced, and it can get confusing to some people, because it was confusing to me up until I started using it for this project. I swear to God. I am going to allow myself a little bit of a distraction to show what it looks like and why it was such a confusion thing for me at the start. I actually have a good example in the Space Cannon. So, Space Cannon, load up. This is what we can use enumeration for. So what you see here on the right is called a switch statement. And it's something that is very, very, very useful. Especially when you're using enums like this. Because then you can say something like, okay, so the switch case here, we want it to switch based on whatever the enum is, right? So if our chosen strafe type on the enum is going to be, like, this is something that you set at the, you know, beforehand for the cannons. If you want it to constantly move left, if you want it to constantly move right, if you want it to be a stationary cannon that's unmovable, or if you want it to be one that, like, patrols back and forth a little bit and always tries to get back to its main location so it can resume its control. I haven't coded that one yet, but that's one that I want to do. So, depending on which strafe type you choose, it will react accordingly. So, if the strafe type for the cannon is none, or basically stationary, that's what none is equating to, it sets your velocity to 0, because you're not supposed to move, or the cannon's not supposed to move, right? But without having to do anything else, or write any more if, else, else if, else if, else if, else if, we just do a case-by-case basis. So if it's a left strafe, we add force to the left, normalize it, multiply it by the speed we want, and then we break that off. Because now it's time for the next case. If it's going to the right, we do the thing to the right. Break. Nope, it's not either of those. Okay, next case scenario. If it's cyclic strafe, will that work? You just keep on going down the line when it comes to enumerables and when you use switch statements. I love it. And I hated it until the day before yesterday. Yeah, okay. Anyway. We have this set to, while it's inconclusive, it's just going to keep, you know, running. If player health value is less than or equal to 0, then we need to go ahead and set the loss, right? So we're going to say match result is equal to loss. But then we can also do else if we don't care about the player health value check being higher than 0. Like, if it's not 0 or less, the player hasn't lost. Period. We don't need to explain it that it's not going to be lost if that isn't true. It's just going to kind of assume that, and it's never going to hit this if the player's health never hits or goes below 0. So we don't have to worry about that. But what we can do, get rid of that preset thing there, is we want to tell it how to win instead. And that will be if... Where's our brick list name? Bricks in level. If bricks in level dot count, or rather, is this empty? Like, does it have an empty command? Oh, yeah. Actually, I think if count is equal to 0, it should work. Whenever you're doing a statement like that, you have to make sure you put double equals. Because one equal sign means that you're setting something equal to it. And two equal signs means you're checking if something is equal. If left side is equal to what right side is equal to. So we want to know if the bricks in level list count is equal to 0. Which means if there's no bricks in the level, the player has no fucking reason to be there anymore now, do they? Because match result is equal to a win. Now this is nice. I don't have to worry about scoring or anything in this Portal Pong game instance object. And so far, it is using everything. And then when we hit a win state, we call this report ending health of the player. And on start is when we need to actually do the, what do you call it? The setting of the player health to what the health carried over value is. I need to run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Please bear with me. Ah. Good. There you go. Hell yeah. Sorry, I just realized that something that I have that's taking up a whole lot of room really is only needed to take up the tiniest little bit of space. That's crazy. Could have been so much more efficient with how my spacing worked out here. That'll be fine. Okay. Let's see, we're back in here, we're back in here. I hit the right scene, we're not muted, music's going. Alright, it's a good time. We're going to be able to test it soon. At least currently it'll be with, I haven't set anything up for, like, actually addressing that it needs to talk to the Portal Pong game instance when the level loads. because I'm still trying to decide if I want this to be a public static thing that stays out like that. Well, it can. It can do that, absolutely. But I need to know if I need to instantiate it from the game manager once the level loads or not. We'll have to create a thing for the game instance. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try to do the instantiation version. And what that means is that I'm gonna try to make it so that way the Portal Pong game instance doesn't actually exist until it's needed. So we're going to... Damn it. If I put a version of this into the resources. Ugh. It is a child with a prefab. Alright, so I'll just go ahead and create a separate one here real quick. Let me serialize this field real quick. Serialize field, and it's going to be a private let me shorten that. There you go. Not shorten, but camel casing. Kind of looks like everything else is good. At least on the Portal Pong one, the game instance for running a regular match. The only thing I don't have built in here is how to tell it to differentiate between like the level it's loading and the information that I'm going to be giving it. Actually, the information, like individual information that I could give it is something that I'll save for later, because that's, by later I mean like days later. Because that's something that will be for like the randomizing of stuff, if I want to include that. But for now, I need to be able to tell it what level to load. No, I don't. Not in here. I'm dumb. That's what the whole instantiation is for. That's great. Okay, so previous level ID equals this level whenever we like load up a new level. It'll make the current level before it loads up the new one be what the previous level is. Or it'll say that the previous level is now what this current level is, and then it'll load a new one. It makes sense. And then new one loads. Right, the level identifiers, huh? Right. Okay. I did make level identifiers. The other level IDs. What happened to my previous level ID? You know, oh wait, no, that was a value that I made. So, actual level IDs can now be assigned. is less than the... okay, yeah. Do a quick 4, although it's not going to be here in this. We're probably going to need to put that in a start. Difference between awake and start is that awake happens before start, but sometimes awake happens too fast for certain actions to happen. So you want to be a little careful with that. With what you put into it, at least. Alright. Let me paste what we just cut out. So the way this will work is the level list shouldn't go past like level 5. That's how much, that's the structured level thing that I want, right? Is to go up to at least level 5. That's what this base game needs to have. So I'm going to code for that right now, so that way I don't screw myself over by trying to be too modular and too like huge brain scope. So in order to do that, our enum list goes up to level 5 already, plus the starting menu and a random level. The random level option is not something that it's going to really have to worry about. So we're going to crap. No, it doesn't need this. I already have what I need here, I think. Because of this. We're feeding in an integer that's a level number higher, right? This level. Ah, crap. I need to go to game manager dot instance dot this level is equal to level ID dot starting menu. Easy. Now we can also say 0. See how effectively it took that? Don't tell me that. Come on, you. I know you got it in you. What? I know that I set their 0 through whatever values. Maybe if I... And that's definitely the index for it, but it's ignoring it. Porque? I actually wrote it correctly once before, and now it's, now I'm having some issues. Hang on. See, this is one of those moments. I'm gonna have to go ahead and pull up ye old Google and look up something that should probably be simple to understand. The sharp enum as int. Where was the correct answer here? Wait. Nah, that's too confusing. I don't understand it. I'm not going to take it. I am not one that likes to use stuff that I don't understand. How would you print the string credit given the value 1 from... Okay, yeah. That would be trying to call it and reference it properly. Okay. The integer representation is what I want. Oh. Oh, come on. I am staring at it. Y'all aren't giving me the right one. Get enum value from int. You're really... All of these are from like years and years ago. This is built into the system now. We are literally typing in the identifying thing. Why can't I find it? But... My brain, how does... Y'all get to suffer with me here. I'm not gonna look like a fucking insane person here. Because our enum tracker here, when you set a value there, a read-only struct right there, you're basically telling it that when I use level ID and the integer code, I mean the thing attached to that integer code. It suddenly, for some reason, just doesn't want to accept that as the answer. And it's not letting me reference it by number, which is exactly, literally exactly what I need it to do to make this level manager, like, this part right here, do everything that I need it to properly. Yes. Int day number. Why would you do this? enum.get values to return an array of it. No. Oh, no. No. Alright. Get values. So... get value won't work there either. An enum tracker. Oh no, that's my actual enum tracker. No, we don't want that. Enum dot. Okay. Oh yeah, no, I definitely have the enum type like all ready to go, but y'all don't want to. Oh. What is this even doing? Okay, so that completes that, but then it's not valid in the given context. I hate all of this. It doesn't make sense the way that they're trying to have this work. Why would you control it that way? All right. Get enum index. That's what I should have been looking at. Wow, someone was trying to look this up back in 2011, so that's not even a new feature. And this person... Dude just says just cast it, but he doesn't like... Yes, short answer is you don't. Long answer starts with I am sorry, but you don't understand what an enum is. Jesus. For anything that needs to be scaled. Yeah, I'm not doing that for scalability. Just tell me how to do the thing in a way that makes sense, that doesn't... Like, I shouldn't need to make a whole other array and enumerate through that array to tell it that my values 0 through 5 are equal to values 0 through 5. Frustration. Underlying value, which is cast what's underlying type. No. Each item's default value. First item is 0, second one, blah, 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 blah. No, I assign things in a particular fucking order. Show value returned. Yeah, I understand that part. So you see what they did right there? See what they did right there? They set the int there. Or are they just saying int? Oh, this guy's like writing in the language of the gods. Enum to an int, index 0, 1, 2, 3. What? Why didn't you just use the 0 value? That is a thing that exists. And this is some other shit I hate. I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. That's stupid. This is... What this person responded in this post with is exactly what I said that you should never fucking do when you're trying to name variables. Do not use a single individual letter to name your thing. Alright, I'm back. We're gonna go straight to the Unity documentation. Actually, I'm only partly back. I don't even have my phones on yet. My water's empty. Frustrations are abound. Be careful and not dump a bunch of water on top of very expensive things. Also kind of like to do an unsponsored, of course, shout out to the makers of Blue microphones, because we are currently using, we just quote unquote downgraded from the SM7 Bravo Shure microphone, and by downgrade I mean this right here is supposed to be the industry standard. Like, this is the microphone for people that are starting out in like a professional capacity. Like, this isn't the end all be all, obviously. There's microphones that cost thousands of dollars. We're not going there. I don't need all that. But for being able to do professional quality, at least speaking on a stream and or recording my own voice lines for things, that's the reason I wanted this. And I don't know whether it's the way the wire is like designed and already like kinda, it was tight and also kind of kinked when it initially came in, and I actually only about a couple weeks to a month ago went ahead and like unscrewed this and like rotated it in a way that it wasn't putting so much pressure on that, because I also had it attached to an under the monitor mount. It's just I don't know what to really do about that anymore. Let's see, that's a long back. Okay. We're actually gonna lose microphone for just a sec. Sorry about that. Was applying a windscreen. Something that I have that I had even on the Shure mic. Just to go ahead and kind of reduce the poppiness of like P noises, P lettering with its power, and also, you know, block out random bits of wind. I'm gonna leave the glasses off for now. Because I have a metal frame on them, it digs into the side of my head with these headphones on. Alright. So, instead of continuing to yell and scream at these guys that are just trying to do their best with their seemingly weird understanding of having single letter things, let's go to the actual Unity documentation. Enum. Alright. Enums. Oh, that says enum field. Yeah, that's not what we want. We don't want enum field. Let's just do a search here. Enum field text, enum flags, enumerator, field info collection. Generates the elements of a type collection. All properties for the given T container. Is this it? Oh no. No. This is all sort of split up in weird ways here. What? Let me click on this. Are you seriously not going to give me, like, the things for enums? You don't want me to have the documentation for the type of enums that we... hate it here. Unity editor. Not, that's Unity engine. Events. No. Classes. There's so much in an engine. It's unbelievable. But on that note, it's also very, very, very frustrating. Enumerations. Oh my god. So frustrating to try and find the some of the information that you might be trying to get. Oh my god, there's no other way for me to... yeah, I have to. Alright. I think I can drop classes. There you go. That's what I wanted for this. Enumerations. I'm probably going to have to find a custom type, aren't I? Because you're not going to have information for my custom enum of level ID. Oh, come on. What are these enums? Is this an enumeration? No. It finds if the enum should be shown in ascending or descending order. Inspector... I'm gonna have a heart attack. This is gonna kill me. This is probably gonna kill me. It has robbed me of my momentum and just made me very, very irritable and frustrated. Oh, that's on start menu. What am I doing? My fingers are shifted over. I'm not even really paying attention here. My bad. Cool. that one's fine, because that's just starting the menu scene, but I'm really not content with the way this works out. So let's try and figure this out. Yeah, see, it says level ID level equals 3 whenever we're hovering over this. No, it doesn't understand. I'm not sure how to make it understand. Whoa. Okay, during the summer with the game and I was thinking about potential games I can make that had different type of story, or maybe it could be innovative, like the hard press somebody in a detective visual novel game to easily get more information out of the NPC without checking the same options over and over and over again until finally the NPC let it all out with the information. Phoenix writing Panic from Detective Club. To get the information out of the person, that you have to check everything and it has to be in a certain order, but they give you like 20 or 30 options. That makes it take forever. Yeah, well, the scope of their game is larger, right? That's where game scope comes into play. They wanted it to take longer. They wanted people to have to take their time to do proper investigation to try and, you know, proceed onward. If you want it to be easier, you could do a vigilante justice thing, where your goal is to try and intimidate the enemies, or intimidate people to get information. And that should do the whole pressing them harder bit and making people realistically be more willing to give up information with very little pressing, is if they're afraid for their life. That tends to, unfortunately, be the case of how things work. Cannot be used like a method. Oh my god. Did it just do the goddamn thing? No, it didn't. See, now they're messing with me. Why is this like this? There should be no reason for me to have to enumerate this when it already exists. This is so angering on so many different levels. That's the link system. I also don't like the one little problem with my... Enjoy that. I don't like that when I'm using my vertical monitor, the UI and the app of Visual Studios... Oh, wow, that's a great freeze frame. The app for Visual Studios doesn't show me all of the options of stuff. It keeps on trying to drop it down and to the right, not paying attention to the fact that it's a vertical monitor and there is nothing further to the right for me to see. And it won't adjust that in any way. So I have to keep on dragging my stuff over, which really also ruins my flow. Because I just wanted to see what it's telling me to do here. There's nothing to fix there. No, that doesn't work. Oh, here we go again. I'm sorry, I can't let this go. I know it sucks, and it really raises my anxiety levels when I'm basically live streaming me staring at a screen and reading quietly, trying to understand something. But I know that it's unrealistic for me to know everything and to understand everything, and I also understand that it is very beneficial to some people to see others struggle through something so that way they know that it's normal for that to happen. But it's really something hard for me to overcome, struggling in a way that can be, you know, that is recorded, and people can look back on my struggling, and it bothers me. Regardless of how people perceive that struggle or how they react to it, I don't like being seen struggling with stuff, but it's what I gotta do. Oh boy, let me guess, that's a whole website that's gonna need me to log in, download stuff. Oh, hey, wait, you might not actually okay, yeah, we make those. Make those. Query trigger interaction setting. Oh. Interesting, that's actually smart. See? See? Right there. Behind the scenes, they are just numbers. Numbers that can be checked and compared efficiently and accurately, but that can be set using a value that actually makes some sense to the person that's using it. Is it? So public enum direction, then he makes a direction. Yeah, that's fine. That's all you need to do to get started. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Did that. Visible in inspector. Yeah, that's called making it public or serialized. Mm-hmm. Definitely good for state machines. Already knew that. Do you see it? Do you see how he fucking wrote it? Do you see how this person wrote it? That's not how that other person wrote it. Oh, buddy. Buddy, tell me right now. You tell me right now. Praise, upvote. Done saving that one. That's going into my code resources. I don't even care. This is for GameDev beginner. GameDev beginner. Thank you for helping me, even though I'm about to get my fucking bachelor's in game design. Thank you for helping me with the one little syntax thing. Instead of sending me through hundreds of documents on the Unity page, and instead of everyone online saying, yeah, don't do that, just use literally anything else. That's not what I want to do. I don't want to use literally anything else because their functions aren't what my functions are. Now that we see it, now that we have attained that, oh my god, this feels so good now. I am immediately happy again. I found my joy again. I may as well be Joy Boy with how much joy I am experiencing because of finding this now. So, what this will now do is it will hold. One sec. You forgot the other part of your code there, buddy. Okay. So now what this will do when we tell it to load a level is it's going to load level number, which can be 0 through 6 at this point. It can have up to those numbers, and it would wind up loading something. Or at least that's what it'll correspond to on level ID. But that's about as far as it'll go. We shouldn't worry about level 6, like the value of 6, because we're not really going to be able to do much beyond that. Level 6 is, or rather option 6, is going to be the random option that just randomizes the fully playable levels and just kind of mixes and matches. We're not going to worry about that one, though. Because so long as int level numbers 1 through 5 are functioning, then we now have a fully functioning way to track what levels are loading and how our game manager is going to track what levels we are in, which tells it what level to load next. Yes! I'm content with it. Oh yeah, the carryover health command. Inventory bricks. Where do I call reset the essentials again? Oh yeah, that's from when I actually click on the thingamabobber and go to the menu or click next. So technically, if I do that, I could run that, which means I don't technically need to. Just have it disable. If we disable it, and then the next time we re-enable it, it should run through everything again. So it doesn't need to be instantiated. Technically, I can just toggle it. So, we're going to create that toggle real quick. Now, what that toggle is going to do, it's going to be a little private void toggle game instance. And we're going to look for certain things, such as if portal Pong game instance dot instance dot I see. We'll need to get a match result. Private void. Or make match result publicly readable. So we can match result. Right, I need to make it equal to win or lose. Or we can just say if it's not inconclusive. Right. So if the match is no longer inconclusive, we are going to invoke set active. No. Oh, you're looking for like a specific method name. I got it. I don't need to put this check in here if it's honestly going to be sent from the Portal Pong game instance. I can make that private again. And we can go to here. If level complete. Alright, if the match result is a win, we report the ending health of player, and then we hit toggle match state, right? And the next thing would be game manager dot instance dot toggle game instance. That's fine. Oop. Wrong things. There you go. So we're telling it to... Oop. No. There you go. Alright, that's weird. You're telling it to actively find the game manager at the end of the game. When it's won, I'll also have to copy this over to the lost side as well. After you've lost, you should also toggle the game instance no matter what. Because the logic for the loss menu and all that stuff, that's going to be kind of like our bar there before it turns off the game instance. And when you hit like next or something, it'll do the stuff. Wait, no, you're right. I'm right. Hitting the buttons is what should toggle the game instance. See, this is what I mean about going back and forth with myself a lot, and, like, just overall it being confusing sometimes. I will argue with myself until the cows come home. And since I have no cows, and there's no home for them to return to, I will argue with myself forever. Score manager. Let's see. Yeah, I'm also gonna need to pay attention to this one. Ooh, wait a minute. I think I know. Yeah. Instead of call lost level from the score manager, we can call the score manager dot instance dot reset score. Because if you lose your score. But even if you lost, it should still kind of check if your score should be reported. Update scoreboard, load hide score, get high score. Oh, I should probably move this over towards where the actual scoring thing is. Get current score. Reset score can go here. Those three are all score related. Score, score, adding to the score and updating the scoreboard. Posting high score should also be down here. I get a little iffy about this stuff. I can't help it. And by iffy, I mean like I'm just a little... I'm not diagnosed OCD or anything, I just like the way certain things look when they're organized. The ball drop is a reset for the brick stuff, which I think I'm going to shift up. Yeah, I'm going to shift brick stuff up. So that means add to score, and what was it? Bumped? Or the, yeah, report ball dropped. Report ball dropped should be up here by the... Where's the multiplier creator? Oh, that's gotta be, it's brick bumped. That's what it was. Yep. That calculates our score multiplier, which I've modified to become a times equals 2. So basically it'll double our score multiplier every time we jump up a tier of multiplier. It's going to double it. Makes for juicier scores. Save all those. We're going to set these up in a region. So you go, you highlight it all, you click snippet, and you put surround with. It'll pop up this little list, and you click region, and it'll give you an end region here and a start region slightly above where you highlighted. And then you can name it, and we're going to call this all scoring methods. Scoring methods and functions. And then when you click that right next to it, pop. Look how much easier it is to look at it when it just stops right there. And you know that there's 30-something lines of hidden stuff here. All you gotta do is click that to drop it down. Which means that we can do the same thing for these. Technically, we can just, you know, keep minimizing them like this. But organizing them with the regions, it's a nice little quality of life thing that we can do. Surround with region. Let's see. Multiplier. Functions. / methods. And score pop up. There you go. Now, all we have to look at when we're looking at this is the private awake, the private update, and all of these. These can be a little much, right? What if we did a little something for this, huh? Now, what could we do? I think I know. Okay. So these are quite a lot of game objects and text. So we do this, and we use something called attributes. Attributes are the things like serializing a field. Oh, sorry. It's the things that's in those hard brackets when we're declaring, you know, variables and stuff. So I want this to have, I want to use the attribute for header. And then we're going to put those curlies, not curlies, but parentheses and a string. And now we can define this. So we define this as text and numbering references for the scoreboard. We can get rid of for the and just move the word scoreboard over. Scoreboard text and numbering references. And down here, we get, well, these are all private stuff. Put the bool up there. Private, let's see. Private, I'm having issues. Multiplier variables. And here we can put private score variables. Variables concerned with text and displayed numbers on the scoreboard. Scoreboard canvas. So that way people know. Ow. Oh, yep, that's so wonderful. Felt so good. Okay. So the other thing we're going to do is we're going to do a... What should we do? Space... Oh. Trying to find... Let me look up the attribute list real quick. Attributes are really, really useful for organizing your stuff. Like, if you don't use them for the organization of your variables and how your editor looks, it can get really, really messy. Yes, indeed, they are. Attributes, okay. Ah, see Microsoft's documentation on attributes. Okay. You can create a C/C++ union using attributes. Oh, that's crazy. Let's look at generics and attributes, shall we? Oh, you can make your own. That's wild. That's really wild. Although I think it may have pushed me a little too far past what I wanted to find. Serializable. Yeah, that's a serialized field kind of thing. Love that. Attribute parameters, assembly module, field, not what I'm looking for there. Common uses for an attribute. These might be different types of attributes. Ah, defined in the .NET libraries. Yes, of course, I went too far. So, you're not gonna tell me, like... Really? What's the point of the documentation then, if you're not gonna tell me what they are? My god. Collections, burst, I/O. I know that I/O is the input-output stream. Let's not look at enumerations again. I'm not happy with how they do that. Search for a given... scope for using a given set of attributes. What? Looking for header didn't return anything, huh? Oh, wait. It's because there was something else in there. There we go. Found it. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm talking about. Space attribute. Add some spacing in the inspector. Done as using a decorator drawer. Okay, yeah, so I was right. It wasn't about ordering things the way that it was. There it is. There is actually an order, but I'm not going to be using the order. I just want space. We'll give it a spacing of 10. Nice. And then for the rest of these, I think we can just do a space 2. And I can do a copy over of that. Yeah. We'll do it to all those. Okay, so before I go ahead and hit save on that, I want to go ahead and show exactly what that's going to look like when we go to our score manager. Right? Have I tried using AI to find what code I'm trying to find? Yeah, when AI first came out, but I'm not trying to get muddled in having AI give me all the answers. Not until AI has a has clearly defined like limitations and stuff that aren't, you know, a jeopardy to other people, and also not when I'm in school trying to actively learn these concepts for myself. But in the future, I am looking forward to using, hopefully, you know, some good AI. And by good AI, I mean like ethical AI that will be more of like a sounding board, something for me to bounce my ideas off of, to train it off of the way I think and the way that I want to do things, and then be able to, you know, converse with it and be able to like have it on the side, like docked to my engine or something, and be like, hey, if I'm trying to do this and this, given everything else that it can then scan the engine for, I can ask it, like, what is the one thing I'm missing, or what I'm not seeing, or what would it recommend, and then I can try and work with it. But I don't like trying to have AI find, quote-unquote, code for me, because currently what it does is it tries to write its own code based off of stealing the code from other places. So it will look in those exact places that we look, Stack Overflow and all those Git repositories, and it'll find it, and then it'll type it all out. But it'll take bits and pieces from a bunch of different code to try and comprise that, and a lot of times it can be wrong. It can be wrong, it can be not what you're looking for, it can lead you down a path of not what you're looking for or not what you're trying to do. And you'll do that so confidently because you're like, oh, it's gotta be right, the AI did it. Ugh. So I know that was a bit of a longer answer for just kind of yes or no, but I like giving explanations. So we see the score manager here, right? This is what it looks like before I hit save on what we've got here. That's all set up, right? I should probably also create the audio for the lose sound, huh? Wait. If the wind sound is there... Yeah, we don't need that here. Is this being used anywhere in this code? Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, I know why that made its way in. Okay, that's not too much of a problem. I want to take a look at the brick bounce here. Calculated score. Yeah, I guess that's fine. So where does the sound for hitting the brick come from again? It's probably from my bump interaction on the brick itself. That'll be fine. Okay, so we've saved all of this now. Oh, wait, no, we haven't. We're going to hit save on the attribute things that we just modified here. And when we click into Unity again, it should go ahead and show those changes here on the left. Wait, there's an error. because I didn't save all the other ones. And bam. Look at that. That changed up the order. And right here we have our header, scoreboard text and numbering references, and then 10 pixels of space. And then it gives us our thing, the start menu high score. And then it'll wait 2 pixels before it goes ahead and drops the next one, and the next one, and the next one. Because that's exactly what I told it to do up here by serializing a field and then spacing it out. Right? I also need to adjust my streak tier. But we're going to add just a little bit more up here. We're going to call this header we're going to call this prefab / sound resources, or callable resources. And we're going to space that by 10. And then when we get down here to the brick value and streak tier, we'll go ahead and add another header to differentiate that, and we'll call it the tunable variables. I'm actually going to change the spacings from 10 to 5. Save that. Pay attention right here. Callable resources, tunable variables, and the scoreboard text and references list. Nice, neat. Okay, so we want at least 1, 2, 3, and 4 tiers. We want that first tier to start when they get 5 bounces. We're basically going to do it every 5 bounces. It'll go up a tier of bonus. Meaning the total of streak tiers that we have is 4, which is precisely what we had before, thankfully. Actually, I should go into my resources folder and change that in the main managers thing too. Floating text prefab, that will actually always be able to be on there. That's awesome. Wind sound, we can also kind of guarantee that that will always be on there by giving it that FNAF stock cheer. Yay! If you don't know what that sound is, yeah! It's a great sound. So we use that for whenever the player wins. And we also we use the ball drop sound for the loss right now. But I might keep that as the lose sound, and I might change the actual ball drop sound to something a little more subtle. A little shorter in its sound animation. Alright. This was for the score handler, right? It's on there. I want to make sure that the streak tiers are set up on the baseline of the manager, just in case. Because the reason that my demonstration earlier, when my mother was in the channel and trying to take a look at it, all that was popping up was 100 values instead of like the 100, 200, 400, and then ultimately 800 to 1600 per brick hit. So I made a note of it. I didn't mention it at the time, but I was like, damn, this ain't working. Ba-ba-da-ba. That's good now. That's a part of like the manager at its very core. If we go to our persistence and look at the score handler, all that is already set up real nice. And now I can do the last thing I wanted to do for this. And that is to go ahead and add that snippet, surround with region, and call this all variables. Scoreboard variables. And then we can collapse that region down. Collapse this region down, and collapse this region down. Behold, our score manager script that is 152 lines of script long, but you can view it almost entirely, for the most part, between lines 1 and 118 right there. One page. It's great. It's easier for me to read that way. So when we start the game, the second the game starts, the score manager immediately grabs all of the hard references that are definitely going to be there because they're attached to the canvases that also spawn at the start of the game no matter what. So it'll grab all the canvases, and then it's going to look inside of the specific references that we're telling it to look into, and it's going to get their text components, which is going to be the score, the high score, the multiplier text. Like, those three number text values are going to be stored, and that's what the scoreboard is changing. And that is on this canvas. If I turn that on real quick and zoom out, the high score number is that 0 right there. There's the multiplier number, is this right here, and then there's the high score number, which is that right there. So that is I might have to organize, like, fix some stuff up for UI scalability at some point, but for right now, this is good enough. That should be okay. It's saying I don't need these two, so I'm going to get rid of those two usings. Now, if we lose the game... Alright. I might be quiet again here for just a little bit, because I'm going to try and think up ultimately what to do next here. Because now that I know that the score manager is good and squared away, I'm actually going to close that up. I'm going to open that back up again. Oh my god, I'm such a problem. The reason I'm opening it back up again is because I'm not entirely sure. Because we have the reset score thing, I don't remember if I ever set it up to call reset score from anywhere. Probably from load start menu scene. That would be a great one. Oh, the reset essentials thing. Right, that takes care of the score, doesn't it? On disable, we reset essentials. Yeah, okay. And reset essentials has setting the match state to inconclusive, bricks level clear, but it doesn't reset score. Right, because reset score was something that we do only if we lose. And it's something that, that's right, I was going to tie it specifically to clicking the button. Whew. Right. That's why we made it public. Did we make it public? Scoring. Reset score is set to public. Yeah, okay. So that was the intention. So what we're going to do then is we're going to go into our canvases. We'll turn off our scoreboard here because we don't need to see that. Pause menu. Back to game. That returns us to the actively running game. To start, that's what's going to take us to the start menu. That calls reset essentials on the Portal Pong game instance, which technically we don't need that. Yeah, we don't need that one. I can plug in the other manager now. Plug in the game manager and then use toggle game instance. And on toggle game instance, it is going to look for Portal Pong game instance dot instance dot act equals false? Question mark? Oh, active and enabled is apparently a read-only type of thing. Let me see here. What's the other one? What's the other word? There we go. So we can get or set. There you go. So we're disabling the game instance, the toggle game instance, whenever we hit the to menu button. So, or to menu, to the, whenever we go to the start menu, which means like giving up on the run, it will reset your, the essentials of the game instance by turning off the game instance. It'll reset everything as it's being turned off, and I'm also going to add that it will, one more feature here, and we're going to put it right up here. And this is going to be not even a part of the game handler. Cancel that. Pain in the ass. Score handler. There we go. Score handler, score manager, and then we go to reset score. So what that... Do you have to have a game manager in this game? Technically, you don't even need to have more than one script in your game. By all technicalities, you can find a way to compress your entire game into one single script that is my game. So long as you put things in the right place, and those things never ever move from their given location, and you just kind of call to everything properly, the same way that I call from my resources folder to even load my persistence, which has all my managers on it. If you do that for like every single thing in your game, you could quite literally just put everything on one script, I'm fairly certain. Do you want to do that? No. No, you don't. It is a horrible experience. When I first started out, you remember that my scripts were like long, and all really complicated and all this other stuff. And that's because my brain was trying to do a million things at once. And I still kind of do that, but now I know and understand the value of not having everything on one single script. Because before I was like, man, I hate having like 18 different scripts. It's pointless. It's all, we could all put it on the same thing. And then I realized, no, you split up the scripts, put them on different components of something, and then put those components, like assemble those components on the object. So that way you can control everything better. Because control is everything, especially when you're trying to develop and create a game. Because if you, as the developer of the game, can't control every aspect of it, how is the player supposed to control it in a way that you can predict and, you know, design around? So we know that it's going to reset the score when we go to the start screen. It's not going to reset our high score. That's something important. We never want to reset our high score. The high score will always stay, and that was the other thing I forgot to put into the game manager, into the score manager. The high scoring thing. Actually, let me see the high score stuff. Public int get high score. That's a public post high score and a load high score. The load high score is already called from our game prefs manager, which is going to be our save system. So that loads when it loads, that's fine. Get high score is called by, again, by our player preferences. So whenever we save, it gets our high score and saves it in there. And when we load, if our high score isn't equal to what is stored in the system, like in the player prefs, then it'll go ahead and replace it with the actual high score that's saved. So that means we need to have a thing that will set what the high score is. Alright, looks like we're going to have another little public void set high score. And we're going to go ahead and feed in an int value of score, so that way we can say that high score is equal to score. So we now go to our Portal Pong game instance, and no matter what the situation is for win or lose, we want to make it so that way if our player completed their match, like levels complete, they either won or lost, one way or the other, the level's complete, then we want to make sure that we brain, come on, do your thing. Set high score. We're gonna check if the high score is if our score is higher than the high score. So if score, well, score manager dot score get current score is greater than score manager dot instance dot get high score, then we want to score manager dot instance dot set high score. I need to go back into that function and remove the int. We don't need the int on there because the score is already stored in here. So we just need to say that high score is equal to regular score. Hey, wonderful. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, be right back. But now I think our score manager should be more or less good. Now I just need to focus up again on the interactions between the game manager and the Portal Pong game instance, and then we should be good to give this thing a good test run. We're back. Okay. So. Let's see. So once the level's complete, that happens. This is if the level isn't complete, then we look up those. I actually think we can get rid of level complete, now that I think about it. Let me find the usings for this. Yeah, find all references. If level complete, and then we have it right here. Okay. So, theoretically, if I get rid of that there, and I get rid of that there, suddenly we can just say if match result yeah, we're just gonna say result instead. Because having match result capital and match result lowercase is going to cause issues. It's already been kind of problematic for me. Result is not equal to match result inconclusive. So basically, if the match result is already won or lost, then we jump out of this and jump into, like, this. So while it is inconclusive, it's going to be doing this. Wait a minute. How'd I fuck that up? So while we're inconclusive, we're going to be looking if the player health value is greater than or equal to 0 to determine if it's a loss, or less than or equal to 0 if it's a loss, and or determining if the bricks in the level are not. Okay, yeah. Whew. Sometimes I can feel like my brain trying to do its best to act like bacon. It usually happens about after 3 days of scripting. We're on like day 6 or 7. Ugh. Okay. We're also going to make regions for this stuff here, because this is quite a bit of stuff here. No one is looking to see if the match state is operational like that, because I made that before I made the enum value. We have busting up the bricks in the level and inventorying the bricks in the level. And then we have match running. That's fine. Actually, I don't think I need this as a public. Inventorying bricks and busting the bricks both seem to... Wait. Busting the bricks is external. Like, people call to it. Inventory the bricks only comes from within this script itself. This one can be private. So the reason you want to be selective about which type you're choosing between private, public, or protected is that it basically is like security clearance, right? If it's private, no one else can access it. That's the top secret level. That's like, this is for me and me alone. No one else is going to be touching and fiddling with this, right? That's what private is. It's when that class is just going to solely control that thing. Then you've got protected. Protected, you're not going to see me use that here, or probably in this or the next like few projects, because it's not that serious yet. But protected is something that you can use when you're using like a base class and then building other classes off of that. So if you're making abstract classes from a base class, then you might want to consider using protected values in your base class, because what that does is it keeps those values private for anything outside of that base class. So if let's say you have an enemy, a basic enemy template that has all your basic functions, and then you use that and create a wolf and a goblin and a chieftain. All three of those things are now going to have the same base functionality of that base enemy template that you made. And if it had protected variables on that base template, then all of those guys, all of those enemies that you made are going to have access to those protected variables. Anyone that isn't from that enemy class won't be able to touch those variables. So that's what protected means. It means, yeah, if you're in our circle, if we're the same, kinda, sorta, more or less, yeah, I'll fuck with you. And then you have public. It's the free OnlyFans. It's the best description I can give you. It's for everybody to enjoy. Right. So, we want to make sure that our access rights are, you know, the right way across the board here. Also, if you want your buttons to be able to access things from the UI, you need the function to be public. So that way you can see it on the little list here. So, Reset Essentials is called externally by the game manager, or rather, no, it's called internally by this, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's called by onDisable. So you can also become private. Yay! Where's that sound sample? I need to play it again. Yeah. Okay. 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 I'm not gonna worry about carrying over health and stuff just yet. Where's the level manager? I'm going to say game manager dot instance dot. Oh wait, not game manager. No. We want, yeah. There you go. So we enable the Portal Pong game instance, and when we toggle on that enabling, that starts everything up on this over again, as if it was never enabled to begin with. So it will start up, it'll do the whole instance thing, and then it will start looking for, it'll set the match as not running immediately, it'll look for the player, it'll inventory the bricks and toggle. Yep. I have a feeling that would have been an issue. Okay. I think we've done enough there. I'm going to give one last glance over my persistence managers and make sure that everything is on there the right way for right now with what we have. And hopefully we'll be able to get a win or lose scenario in this test. Aha! Knew it! Wait. Game Manager, why do you have a serialized version of the game instance? Yeah, you don't need that. The reason that that there's no need for a serialized version of the game instance is because we have the whole public static instance thing for it, so it's already accessible everywhere. Audio sliders are good. Scoring looks good. Bricks and level will be populated at the start of the level. Oh, I forgot to check our sound menu canvas. Master, those audio sliders are going to be fine. Return is going to be, yep, save data and on, okay. This should be good, actually. We'll disable the game instance on the very start. Okay. Now let's back up. Pause the music. And see about hitting up this start menu. By the way, I want to go ahead and mention that we've done a lot of stuff right now over like 5 different scripts without testing. I want to stress to everyone here, do not do what I did in that case where I just did a whole bunch of stuff and didn't test any of it. I just went based off of what was in my head and how I pictured it working. And the only reason that I did that is because I have been coding this and literally I've been scripting this and sacrificing my sleep. Like, quite literally, I'll be scripting until 6 in the morning and not realize that I was scripting until 6 in the morning. I will go to sleep. I will wake up at noon, so about 6 hours of sleep, and then I will get right back on it. So the reason that I was doing that and just scripting and not bothering to test it is because I have tested it so many times already that I know generally what certain things are supposed to do. And if it wound up breaking to a point where it wouldn't start right now, I would be so lost that I would end the stream. Because I wouldn't know what I did wrong. I wouldn't know what I did wrong. Because in my head, I was doing everything correctly, you know? So don't ever do that if you're not 100% sure, positive, and confident in what you have created. It's better to test things out repeatedly over and over than to just kind of assume that it's going to work. Turning the volume down a little bit. Oh, not set to a reference of something. Uh-huh. Got it. Oops. There we go. Technically, you don't even need brackets for this. But seeing as how I only want it to apply that limitation to this specifically. Yeah, that's fine, I'm sure. So we're going to go over here. We're going to do that same thing right here. And that makes it so that way we don't wind up hitting an error because we're trying to toggle a match state on something that is currently disabled, you know? See, that would have been an unintended side effect that I wouldn't have realized if I didn't come in here and test this first. Cool, it worked. Hitting quit is not going to do anything because we're playing in the game editor, in the Unity editor right now, so hitting quit isn't going to close out the game engine. And then we hit start game. Yeah! Yeah, buddy! Although our music hasn't changed. I will have to go through and find out why it's not. I'm seeing null references on Brick. So this is actually good. I don't know if it actually set... I should have put a printout or something for failure. We're going to do that right now. We're going to say, instead of open loss menu, we're going to... print... yeah, we're just going to print a string. Says you lost. We're going to copy that over, and we're going to also put it over here in you win. You won. So that way we don't have to put in any breakpoints and disruptively stop the game. Also, what happened in Brick? What was the null reference that was happening in Brick? Oh. Oh, wait, that should have been fine. It loaded one and then it should have done that. So then why did it not? Is it because... Is this something on... No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. All right. We're gonna untoggle that one and just have it on at the start and see if that changes anything. Good. Shoot. Shoot me. What printed out Pong paddle? Oh, that's right. I put something on the doors to tell me what they were colliding with. Way back when. So I didn't see a lose state. I still don't see a lose state thing being printed out. So that's not working. We'll need to figure that out. But we know that just about everything else, you know, functionally game-wise, is working. I forgot to look at the brick thing. Was too worried about the health. Okay. Damn. Damn it. Damn it. They're really... Oh. There we go. Finally, I've been trying to get up there forever. 48,000 points, hell yeah! My score, I just realized my score is not updating properly either. Oh, the score updates when I lose the ball. It shouldn't be doing that. That should be way before I lose the ball, darling. Also, however it got to the 8,000 or the 4,800 points, that's a little odd. Now that I think about it, shouldn't have had that capability. I might need to slow down the timescale to see exactly how our ball is destroying itself whenever it hits the those. Woo! Damn. I think I know how it might be. Because technically, the bounce has, like, a fraction of a second of, like, removed collision, so that way the ball doesn't automatically trigger itself on the egg, on, like, coming out of the portal to just go right back into it. But I think if I just make sure that my positioning is okay for the teleport, that I can remove that and therefore stop this little problem of the balls just, like, they'll bounce into a portal, and then if the doors are closed on the other side, it'll hit the door, bounce back, and since it has that little, like, practically just like a frame or two of no collision, it's just going right through the portal and into the, you know, into the bracket that considers itself a boundary that will destroy the ball and end the, and reset the ball. We already know that the walls can actually save the ball. So, couple things to fix. I need to make sure that our multiplier and our score things are being updated properly. Instead of our current little... Nice. Instead of the current mini snafu that's happening with it only updating when we drop the ball. Woo! Oh. That could have been nutty. These walls are creating some interesting deviant gameplay. Alright, that's another problem there. Is that we just completed the map and we don't have any recognition on that. Actually, I just realized I don't think the game instance populated that. So, first, score manager. Bump scored, scores plus bump scored. Add to score is getting called from down here. Well, up there. And calculated score is the multiplier score times the base brick value. We send that to the pop-up, which I'll need to tailor and reduce the time on how long those little pop-ups last. Yeah, so report ball drop does an update score. I forgot to put that to update scoreboard in void update while the score manager is going, so long as we're not in the start menu. There we go. It's updating accordingly. That much is good. Next. I'll expand the functionality of the bricks another time. Score's looking good. This is the update, right? Yeah. We'll leave that open. We'll close up all the other stuff on the score manager because the scoring is now okay. Our next issue. So we're going to reset essentials again instead of using the on disable, on enable, because it seems like that might be a little too confusing for it. So we'll set this reset essentials back to a public method. And we'll still leave the on disable to reset essentials just in case, but I don't think it's going to be something that will get called now, because I don't think we're ever going to actually disable or delete the Portal Pong game instance. Okay. Let's take a peek. Actually, no, let's not take a peek. Not yet. I want to make sure. I gotta check things like if we even step into this one. And our starting result is always inconclusive. Okay, good. Putting that in start just in case it wants to be uppity. Now let's attach this and see what we got. Woo! Door saved it. I sacrificed 1 HP and still was not the right play. Some of these lasers are... Was that a 0? Oh, I saw what happened. Okay, I'm tracking now. I noticed another little issue that I'm gonna have to take care of. I might need to move the multiplier from there and put it somewhere else instead of in the scoreboard. I want the player to be able to know what their, I know what to do for it. Oh my god, that was so good! Oh, now it's gone. Damn. I still need to figure out why the space cannons aren't responding to the portals. Still also need to figure out. Well, so far, right now, that's the only, like, really big thing, is space cannon. Space cannon, and if there is actual functioning win-lose condition. So, let's test that right now. Bop! We have 0 HP! And we do not print out any sort of change. Maybe I need to not run the, like, the health check and stuff through here? Maybe I need to try and run that from the player itself? But I don't know. Oh, hold up. Where did our doors go? I didn't end the game, I just... Where? My doors got heated! Alright, there's another problem. This is why we test. Do I think that I have fewer issues with the project? Yeah. Yeah, I definitely have fewer issues than I did before. I still have to be... It's honestly kind of the same as before, because it kind of has the same functionality as it did before, because it didn't know when it was won or lost before either, and it didn't have, like, everything split up nicely like that. It wasn't as organized. So it's kind of like a trade-off that still wound up leading to a stalemate at this point, because I'm still no further along progress-wise than I was at the start of the stream today, which is 4.5 hours now, so I will be cutting this off soon and having dinner. But I can say that what I have done is kind of set myself up to continue this and be able to expand on it and build it up to the full game that I want it to be. Whether that happens to be by Tuesday evening or not is yet to be seen. But the things that I hopefully did here will make it easier for me to create a more fleshed out and more enjoyable experience for this game. Right? That's my goal. But for some reason, there's certain things it doesn't want to tell me. We also want to go into our door and get rid of this, because it's not needed. We'll go into the collision for our door. And honestly, get rid of that entirely. So that's not needed. Now I need to find a way to... Okay. It's fine. Refine stuff, configurations of bricks, troubleshoot the teleporter taking us to a half distance. Yeah, I think those are mostly good. Actually, let me go ahead and check that positioning. Even though... See, look, there's my little guy. Ship's out there, and he's just firing off into nothing. And the other doors didn't even go up. Everything just went down. Like, there's two of the doors. There's one of them. So where's that last door at? It just doesn't want to exist anymore. Right? So the game, unfortunately, isn't registering when I've lost a match. So let's see if it'll recognize a win. I doubt it. So adding on to the list of things to troubleshoot, we need to find out why... oh, no. Okay, cool. It reset itself. Woo! We need to figure out how to prevent our doors from being pushed by the ball. Now, it might be as simple as changing the rigid body type from dynamic to kinematic. And it might not be. But that's stuff that I will tinker around with and try and figure out. Come on, man. I just need a win or a loss here. You give me one or the other, and I will know what to do next. Or you could literally thread the needle between the two bricks twice! 3 times. Finally! 2 more bounces on that. Come on. Come on, we got this. We got this. No, 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 no. Good enough. 1, 2. Alright, it didn't trigger anything. Oh. I hit escape to open the pause menu, and suddenly it started checking for the health value. Which tells me to do that. Or not. Maybe. Why did it only trigger when I paused then? Just toggle match states right there as part of the start. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I am actually getting hungrier and hungrier. I need to eat so that way I can think more clearly. So we're gonna go ahead and cut to the end here. And I want to go ahead and give thanks to everyone that came in and participated in the stream today, including but not limited to you yourself, Adman. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you and all your chatter, and help me explain things that may not be easily explainable by asking questions. It really makes this far more interactive than just me talking into empty space. And I'd also like to give a special shout out to my mother for birthing me. And also because she was here in the chat earlier at the start of the stream, and she was exhausted as hell, just got off of work, and she still came in and said hello and was like gassing me up and stuff. So I love you, Mom. Thank you so much. And as for anyone that's here, you know, after the stream, thanks for watching. With all that said and done, ladies and gentlemen, I have been Sergeant Killer Snow with Snow Studio Games, and I'll see you in the next one. Stay frosty.